When can I come home again? Indefinitely, to feel like I could fly and feel the cool breeze. Why didn't I say those things to the ones who cared about me? When can I come home again to tell you that I'm sorry? Oh, oh, when can I come home? When can I come home? Can I come home again to heal this clouded heart, led by darkness and fury? It's torn apart. Why did I turn away from the love you sent to me? When can I come home again to tell you that I'm sorry? Oh, oh, when can I come home? When can I come home? I have so many questions, and not enough answers. I can't find them with all my might. Oh, please help me make this right. So when can I come home? One day I'll come home to you. Just tell me when. My still heart's finally beating, and I can breathe again. Never again will I hurt the ones who gave their lives for me. When can I come home again to tell you that I'm sorry? When When can I come home again? Indefinitely, to feel like I could fly and feel the cool breeze. Why didn't I say those things to the ones who cared about me? When can I come home again to tell you that I'm sorry? Oh, oh, when can I come home? When can I come home? Can I come home again to heal this clouded heart, led by darkness and fury?
Good, 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 good. Oh, wow.
It's torn
There we go.
apart.
All right. That's wow. It's kind of loud. There we go. Better. And good. Okay. Yes. Good. Is this good? Okay. Good. All right. Welcome to the Calvin Thomas Music live stream. If you're new to the stream, my name's Calvin. I'm a singer-songwriter based in Maryland, and we do cover songs, we do original tunes, we do a lot of other really cool things here. I appreciate you guys supporting the channel, you know, watching the videos that I've been uploading recently, supporting the live streams. Yeah, just all the things you guys are doing. So, without getting too specific, thank you guys so much for the support. So I'm just going to go ahead and do some improv stuff, and we'll just kind of go from there. We are supposed to do some improv, like adventure stuff later on today, but I figured I'll just start with some improv tunes and just kind of wake my fingers up so I can start making some other really cool stuff happen. So, yeah, let's get into it.
I can't find it with all my might. Oh, please help me make this right. So when can I come home? One day I'll come home to you. Just tell me when. My still heart's finally beating, and I can breathe again. Never again will I hurt the ones who'd give their lives for me. When can I come home again to tell you that I'm sorry?
Okay. I need to... Oh, you know what? What's going on here? That cable goes there, right? This is... I got a bunch of cables all over the place. Connected to something. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Now why was I getting some buzzing from this guy? This was coming from there. That goes here. Why is that buzzing happening? Oh, I see. I know why. Okay, I got it. I know why. All right, cool. So improv stuff. I know why there was a lot of that buzzing happening. Ah, much better. Okay. All right. And that's good. That's good. All right, cool. Now we can begin. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, Demonoid. Highly and Nikki's in the house. We got Ziggy here. Swez Dog Gaming. What's up, you all? True, it is Thursday for Ziggy. Thursday morning, Thursday morning. Okay. Good to see you all here. Let me just do something very quickly. I need to open up my browser because I closed it. All right. Let's open this. And 21 is free. 22 is occupied. Occupado. 23, 24. Okay, cool. All right then. Demonoids, good to see you, by the way. It's been a minute. Hope you've been doing well, dude. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. All right. Let's shut this guitar down. Temporarily, of course. All right, guys, check this out. Raj, yes. Yes, there are. We can do some today. But I would hold off on it for a little bit because I want to do some improv stuff really quick. But we can definitely do some live learns today. I don't want you to go ahead and just throw the song in there in your dono and, not be able to get into it until like 30 minutes, an hour in, you know what I mean? So, but we are going to do some today. Oh yeah, right, okay. Yeah, Demonoid, kind of like that. Kind of, yeah. All right. So, on a cool, chilly, breezy day, people were just passing by. Some people going to restaurants. You know, they were sitting on in the chair on the chairs on the near the sidewalks of the roads, cars passing by. You have this one restaurant that it was just getting swamped with a bunch of orders, and then all of a sudden you have 5 people that ended up going to the restaurant and just kind of helping the staff reduce their orders. And this was a restaurant where they would end up serving drinks to people. So they would end up making, boba. They would end up making like hot tea for them. I don't know why they would be hot tea on a chilly day, but coffee. It was a pretty well-known restaurant. And so these 5 people decided to help the staff make these drinks to fulfill all these orders. And so when all the orders were finally settled, the restaurant owner and like the 5 other people that were originally part of the staff, they decided, man, these 5 people were they were very, very helpful, very knowledgeable about how to make drinks for people. They know the kind of atmosphere that we have, the kind of customer base we have. I think these 5 people are great. And so what they decided to do was, the owner said, "Can I talk to you 5 people, like over there near that table? We have an arcade machine over there. Pac-Man? Yes, Pac-Man. It's Pac-Man, yeah." And then one of the people asked, "Well, why don't you have Space Invaders?" And then the owner was like, "Okay, that's not the point. The point is I want to talk to you guys. Can we go over there near the arcade machines and just talk a little bit?" And so the five go over there, and they're all trying to like grab a quick drink before they have to go over there and talk. They're like, okay, maybe I'll just grab something real quick off the shelf. And the owner's like, come on, man, get over here, get over here. And so they're like, ah, fine, all right, whatever. And so they go over there, right? And so the owner talks to these people and says, you all have really helped um, help us clear all these orders. They just kind of came out of nowhere. Everybody was just ordering this, ordering that. And we've been a business for over 20 years. And never have we ever had orders come in like that. And so we just want to, me personally, I'd like to say thank you all so much for your help. Um, and then the owner kind of reaches into his left pocket, and then he pulls out a key card. And the key card, it has fingerprint technology on it. And so he hands it to each of the five people. And then, the last person gives it back to him. And they're asking, well, why did you hand this key card to all of us and then tell us to kind of give the key card to each person that we're next to and then ultimately give it back to the owner? Because he flipped the key card over to the other side, which has the fingerprint technology to undo his own fingerprints. And then they also, one of the five people also noticed that the fingerprints that were for the other staff members that were there before these five showed up, their fingerprint technology had been removed as well. But these new five people were added, and the owner's fingerprints were removed. This key card is also one of the main resources for making the business work, including getting into the store, locking it up, accessing certain ingredients for the drinks that they make, turning the lights on and off, all this stuff. That key card is essential. And so the owner removed his own fingerprints from that key card, which means that he does not want to be a part of this anymore. And so he tells them, guys, I'm just going to go ahead and be honest with you. I think the narrator was right in the sense that I don't want to be a part of this anymore. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just give it to the first person who put their fingerprints on this. And then I'm going to skedaddle. And then the other five people who were here before you five showed up, they're going to go ahead and go home too. And I think I left them like some other drinks to take home. And I think they have like their last paychecks, which are pretty big. So I hope they don't complain too much. But basically, I'm going to go ahead and leave you guys in charge of the store. And then they're like, whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, hold on a second. What's that? You can't do this. We just came in to help you guys. We were just being nice. And the owner was like, yeah, I understand that. I understand you were being nice. But this would be the perfect opportunity for me to actually skedaddle. And then the other five are probably going to skedaddle too and take their drinks and stuff with them. And, probably get their last paychecks in the mail and stuff, depending on which address they want me to send the stuff to. So you guys go ahead and make sure you close up the store. And I hope the rest of the day goes well for you. And then the owner just walks away, and the other five that were there before the new five showed up, they walk away too. And so now these five people are in charge of running this store. When ultimately they just came in to be nice and help out when it was getting swamped with orders. And so the five of them look at each other. They're like, all right, well, what do we do now? And the wise thing to do would just be to just leave it, according to what one of the other people says. But the first person who held the card was like, all right, you know what? Maybe we should just go ahead and see what we can do. And so as soon as they said that, it just seemed like people were listening to them, because all of a sudden all these orders started to come in. And these five people had to get name tags so that, the customers would recognize who they are. And so they finally had name tags made. The first one was made, and it said, "Hi, my name is the Raj Mahal 2." The second name tag that was made was, "Hi, my name is Hailey and Nikki." The third one was, like, there were too many characters because the space character was also included. So it's and then there was no underscore. So the only thing this person could do was say, "Hi, my name is Swezdog." The fourth one was obviously, "Hi, my name is Demonoid," and there were too many characters in a name, so Demonoid was the only one that worked for that name tag. And then the last one was, "Hi, my name is Ziggy." And then there was another customer who asked about the name tags and said, well, how come the Raj Mahal 2 is able to put those amount of characters in his name, but then Swed's dog wasn't able to put that amount in his name tag. And then there was another customer who asked, "Can you kind of get out of the way? You're blocking the arcade machine." And she's like, "Oh, sorry, my fault." And so now the five of them are all about to help all these customers with a line that extends about maybe what, a mile back, So they're going to be there for a while. So in the second part of this story, you have the five people, the Raj Mahal 2, Hailey and Nikki, Dog, Demonoid, and Ziggy, preparing drinks for all of these customers. And customers are asking for a lot of different things, including hot tea, milk tea with black boba. They're asking for, lemonade, hard press. What is it? Fresh squeezed lemonade. And then they're just getting all of these requests coming from people. You also have these people calling their family and friends saying, "Hey, can you guys come down to the restaurant and place your orders?" And then the family members would ask, well, why don't you just order for me? And then the person on the phone was like, "I see you like to make things difficult. Can you just pull back and kind of do what I ask you to do?" And then the person on the phone was like, "All right, fine. It's fine. I'm not trying to get into a fight with you. It's no big deal." And then, and so all these customers were just placing orders left and right. And so the five people were like, "All right, well, we're all just kind of running all over the place. We need roles. We need something. We need people who will do X, Y, and Z." And so one of the people, Demonoid, raised his hand and he was like, oh, I know where this is from. This is kind of like that one game where you get to make rice and then you deliver it to somebody else who puts the rice on the plate and gives it to the customer. And then they're like, "Wait, like overcooked?" And then Demonoid was like, "Nah. Wait, is that it?" And then everybody was just like, "Oh my God." And so they all decided to apply roles to themselves. So Ziggy, Demonoid, Dog, Hailey and Nikki, and the Raj Mahal 2 all decided, all right, well, we're just going to be the manager. We're going to be the managers and we're going to oversee each other. Now, Ziggy was like, okay, well, wait a minute. Shouldn't there be like somebody to maybe get the stuff to make the food, and maybe somebody else is kind of like, okay, well, we're gonna make the order this way and so on. Shouldn't there be someone to like delineate the orders and then somebody else to kind of put the stuff together? And then Demonoid, Dog, Hailey and Nikki, and Raj Mahal 2 all gave Ziggy this weird look like, and Ziggy was like, "Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, let's all be store managers." And so they're all store managers, all overseeing each other. And so, like, there was one instance where Hailey and Nikki was about to prepare some milk tea, and then Raj was like, the Raj Mahal 2 was like, I don't know if you're doing that right. I as a store manager, I would know. And then Hailey and Nikki was like, okay, well then, I'm a store manager too, and the way you're holding that drink, it's gonna spill. You overfilled that cup with lemonade. And then, Raj was like, well, it's not that big of a deal. And then Demonoid, another store manager, was like, okay, well, since I'm store manager, you guys aren't even making these drinks properly. You need to follow the protocol here. Follow the protocol. And so all these customers were getting getting frustrated because you had everybody who wanted to be a store manager. Meanwhile, you had the woman who was asking her family to come into the store when she could have placed an order for them while she was on the phone with them. She went back to talk to another customer, and she ended up blocking the arcade machine again. And so there was another customer who wanted to play Pac-Man, and he said, "Excuse me, can you get out of the way?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, sorry, my fault." Going back to the 5 people that were making drinks, they were like, "Okay, we can't do this. We all can't be store managers." And so now they have to figure out a way to make this whole situation work. Alright, so now that the 5 have decided that they're going to actually give themselves roles other than store manager, they've decided to finally form an assembly line. And the only person that wasn't a part of the assembly line was Swezdog. Swezdog decided to be in charge of drive-thru. And so Swezdog decided to make it as dramatic as possible, and he was doing like his own intro music. He was basically doing like dum da 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 da. When he started to apply the headset, when he was going to put the headset on so he can take customer orders, he wanted some dramatic music, so he decided to make his own da 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 da. And as he donned the headset to take the orders from any customer that wanted some drinks from the restaurant, the other 4 members were looking at him like, "Come on, dude, really? That's kind of lame." And then Swedlog was like, "What? I just wanted some music. I just wanted some dramatic music. I got a big role here." And they're like, that last part, was all of them not having the right words to say as they walked away, because he was kind of right. He was kind of right, because they ended up finding out that there were a lot of customers who were driving through placing orders. And so when they saw that, they're like, "All right, well, who's the store manager? Who's going to go apologize to him?" And they're like, "We're all store managers. We haven't decided on our roles yet. We don't know who's going to take up the mantle and, go apologize." And so they all decided to just go over there and apologize. They're like, "Hey, Swezdog, we're sorry. And while they were apologizing, he was taking orders. And the customer was like, "Guys, I can't hear. I can't place my order because there are other people talking in the background." And Swezdog was like, "I'm sorry. Give me a minute, guys." Swezdog's like, "Guys, I'm trying to take this customer's order." And they're like, sorry. We apologize. All right, we're gonna go. And so going back to where the 4 were, they were like, "Okay, now that we are doing our proper jobs, we have an assembly line, and we're just gonna go ahead and assign one store manager. But the question is, how do we decide who the store manager is going to be?" Now, while they were also deciding who the store manager was going to be, they still had that line of customers that was about a mile out. They were just kind of standing out there waiting in line. But you have these 4 people that are still trying to figure out who the store manager is. And so Demonoid decided, all right, well, let's flip a coin. Heads, I'm the store manager. Tails, Ziggy, and Hailey, Nikki, and Raj will be the store manager. And they're like, "Nah, man, that's not very efficient." And so Hailey and Nikki was like, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait. Time out. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Time out. And then they're like, "What's going on? Are you okay?" And then Hailey and Nikki was like, I have to be the store manager. I brought my ocarina. I brought my. They're like, oh shoot, you did bring your ocarina. And so Hailey Nikki ends up going back to grab her ocarina. She comes back out, and then she plays da 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 da, and then all of a sudden the command to play that song that appeared over her head disappeared, and then there was an aura that shined over her, a light that shined on her, and all of a sudden they're like, oh my gosh, looks like she's the store manager now. And so Hailey Nikki is the new store manager. And so she was like, first order of business, make those drinks. And so now Ziggy, Demonoid, and Raj are making the drinks. Swed's dog is in charge of drive-thru, and Hailey and Nikki is the store manager. Which is great because they finally have somebody in charge now. But what happens next is there's an individual that walks into the store skipping over the line. Everybody's like, hey man, what are you doing over here? You're skipping over the line over here. What's going on? What's going on? What's happening? What are you doing over here? And it's everybody decides to start talking like that because they all want to test out their New York accent. They want to be like, hey, I'm from New York over here. They want to test out their accents. And there are some customers that kind of make fun of them under their breath and all that. But that's neither here nor there. So the guy comes into the restaurant, and he's like, I want to talk to your store manager. And Nikki's like, oh my god, dang it. Hey Raj, you want to be store manager? And then Raj is like, no, what? No, didn't we literally just see that giant light shine on you? You're the store manager now. And so Nikki's like, all right. Yeah, I'm the store manager. What can I do for you? And then the guy says, hi, I just wanted to let you know that I'm your competition right across the street. And just wanted to let you know that things are going to get a bit hairy. So I'll see you later. They didn't get the person's name, though, because he left too quickly. But they now have competition. And they noticed that the customers that were waiting in line started to slowly disappear and head over to the restaurant on the other side of the street. And so now they have to figure out a way to get those customers back, or the business will be closed. Even though, when they honestly think about it, this business was just kind of thrown on them. So they honestly don't have an obligation to keep this thing alive. Yet, they are doing so. And so, as Ziggy, Demonoid, Swezdog, Hailey and Nikki, and Raj Mahal 2 saw their business slowly falling apart because the competition was pulling it all away from them, one of them decided to go over there and scope out the competition and figure out what they can do to keep their own business alive. And so Ziggy decided to go over there and see what was up. Raj was like, well, shouldn't Nikki go? I mean, Nikki's the store manager. And then Nikki's like, I'm kind of busy. And then Demonoid was like, what are you doing? And then Nikki was like, making sure I have everything I need to run my OBS studio for my live streams. And then Demonoid's like, all right then, well, don't let me disturb you. Meanwhile, I'll just be working hard. And then Nikki was like, haha, that's funny. I sense the sarcasm in your voice. Haha, very funny. You're a funny guy. And then Demonoid was like, wait, what, did you actually think that was funny? And then, Nikki just decides to walk away and continue setting up her OBS studio. So Ziggy decides to just hop over because the customer would come up to the front, and then they would place an order, but there's like this big, obviously the huge like divider in front of them and the staff. And so Ziggy decided to jump over that thing and then go out the front door. They were like, you could have just walked around. Ziggy's like, nah, I'm good. And so Ziggy walks out the place and then sees the place right across the street and sees some of the people that were in the line of people that they had before. What's interesting about the line from not the competition, but from their own business, is that normally if there were holes in the line, people would end up getting closer to the building so that they can place their order. But they left all the empty spaces as if they think people are going to come back and fill those spots, the ones who left. So you see like a lot of breaks and a lot of like open patches in the line when it really shouldn't be that way. It's kind of weird. And then Ziggy, as Ziggy was making her way over to the other side, Ziggy was like, whoa, am I really that athletic? And then Swezdog, who was still doing drive-through stuff, kind of poked his head out the window and said, yes, you are. And then Ziggy was like, hey, thanks. It was a rhetorical question, but okay, thanks though. As you can tell, the five of them have a very strong bond. And so Ziggy decided to go over to where the competition was, business on the other side of the street, and it was like double the size of their own building. Their building was kind of like a it was, how do I describe this? If their building was like maybe, so that's like a standard size for a restaurant, I guess, then this competition's business was like double the size. So I guess you can use your imagination and figure out exactly what that would look like. But it was pretty big, and it was so big to the point where they needed to have bodyguards, and so they had two bodyguards. They were both standing like this with their arms crossed, and people had to show their IDs so that they can get boba and hot tea. The bodyguards were like, ID, and then one customer was like, okay, let's see which pocket has my wallet and my ID in it. But they were pretty intimidating. One of the bodyguards' names was Tesno Pesno. Tesno Pesno was a very intimidating bodyguard who always kept the arms crossed no matter what. And if an itch needed to be scratched, then Tesno Pesno wouldn't let it. We'll just let it go. It's no big deal. And then the second bodyguard was Judith Got You on Camera, nicknamed Judith. And Judith was just as intimidating, arms crossed, ready for battle, even though there really wasn't going to be any battling going on. But Judith was like, I'm ready for a fight. I dared somebody try to not show their ID and try to get into the place. She was like, I'm not messing around. You know what I mean? And so Ziggy was going up to the entrance where the bodyguards were. Ziggy showed her ID, got into the building, and the building had a very medieval style look to it. And there was this giant red carpet that would slowly lead them to the front to place an order. And when they got to the front, they realized that there wasn't anybody there to place the order. And so Ziggy was like, oh wow, so I guess they have these automated checkout machines. Great. We definitely have an advantage, for sure. But then all of a sudden, you have the clerk just pop up out of nowhere from underneath the area there, and then she decided to help Ziggy place her order. And Ziggy was like, oh wait a minute, never mind. We might have a disadvantage now that there are actual people who are taking orders here. And then Ziggy was like, I'll just go ahead and get a mango milk tea with boba. And then all of a sudden it just kind of materialized in front of Ziggy. And it was like, wait, what? And then the clerk was like, yeah, we have state-of-the-art specialized technology to optimize your purchase. And then all of a sudden these customers just kind of flew in through the door where that Ziggy came from, pushed Ziggy out of the way. But luckily, Ziggy was able to snag her drink before she got pushed out of the way. And so all these customers started placing orders, and the clerk was like, yes, I'll take your order, I'll take yours. And the drink started materializing like crazy. And so Ziggy was like, oh my gosh, I don't know how we're gonna this competition is gonna wipe us out. And as Ziggy was leaving, the clerk was looking at her and said, I hope you have a great day. But then when Ziggy looked back at the clerk, the clerk was giving a weird smirk as if she was saying, there's no way you guys and your pathetic business are ever gonna win. And then you look at the name tag, and the name tag says, hi, my name is Cozy Haru, welcome. And then Ziggy was like, well, I gotta tell everybody about what's going on here. And as Ziggy was walking out of this competition's building, they were getting so many customers, and the clerk was snickering and laughing loudly, with a very evil laugh to it. Ziggy was like, oh man, I think we're done. And then the guy who showed up at their business to tell them that, competition was going to wipe them out, he's the owner of this restaurant. He doesn't have a name, but he decided to just call himself ? And Ziggy was like, that's kind of weird. And he's like, it's not weird. It's not weird, man. Like, it's not weird. And then Ziggy leaves. And so now they have to figure out how they're going to beat their competition. This big place has all of these customers. They have technology that materializes your boba and or hot tea. And they have money just appearing out of nowhere as if it was really growing on trees. Meanwhile, you go back to the business where Demonoid, Swezdog, Hailey and Nikki, and the Raj Mahal 2 are working, and things aren't looking too good. They're not looking too good. Ziggy went back to the place to give them all the updates. Demonoid was like, oh man, so what now? What do we do? Swezdog took off his headset. He's like, I'm sorry, what happened? And then they update him, and he's like, oh man, what do we do? Raj Mahal is like, I've just finished making these drinks, now what do I do? And then Hailey and Nikki was kind of like pacing back and forth, trying to figure out what the game plan is going to be. They're losing their customer base. They're going to have a lot more supply than demand. Their competition is wiping the floor with them. What are they going to do? And so Hailey and Nikki finally decides, well, this is going to sound a little weird, but we need to get our customers back, even if we have to to take them by force. We got to take them by force. And then everybody else was like, yeah, yeah, let's do it. But then Ziggy was like, wait a minute. But doesn't that, wait, what do you mean by take it by force? And then Nikki was saying, well, I brought some gear so that we could literally raid the place, and maybe we can make that building ours and their technology ours, and we can get our customers back that way. And then Ziggy was like, okay, well, why don't we just, find some marketing ploy, some marketing technique to bring them back? And then everybody was like, but we don't have anything. We like, do any of us have any marketing knowledge? And then Swear's dog was about to be like, well, kind of. I mean, I know what we can do. I know one thing we can do. But then everybody else shut him down because Nikki was like, no, we got to do this. And so Swear's dog was like, all right, well, let me at least let people know that the drive-thru is going to be closed so that we can do this. And so with Nikki leading the charge, Swear's dog, Demonoid, Ziggy, and the Raj Mahal 2 decide to take Nikki's battle gear and armor and literally raid this business and take their customers back, literally, and maybe even acquire a new building and repurpose it so that they are the ones who will be the drink makers on that entire strip, But of course, the other place isn't going to go down without a fight. So you have Judith and Tesno Pesno, the bodyguards. They all of a sudden pull out these laser swords that were on their back. And when they pulled the swords off their backs, it wasn't like, you have to pull it out of a sheath. It kind of worked the way that it does in The Legend of Zelda, where it's just kind of like, all right, well, let's just pull the sword out this way, as if you don't have to pull it out of a sheath. They defied the laws of physics. And so they decided to pull out their laser swords and prepare for battle. And Kozi Haru comes out of the restaurant and says, you do realize that these are two of our finest bodyguards, right? And question mark stands at the very top of the building saying, okay, attack them. And so now Haile Nikki and her team is facing against question mark and his team. Ziggy was like, I wish I was still a manager. This never would have happened if I had just become the store manager. And then Raj was like, well, if I had become the store manager, I would have maybe tried to talk to everybody and see if we can maybe come to an agreement or whatever. But then that would be kind of lame. Honestly, I like this a little bit better. Ziggy was like, oh, man, why did I come outside today? I should have just stayed home. So the two bodyguards from the competitions building, Judith and Tesno Pesno, equip themselves with laser swords and charge the five. And before Hailey and Nikki, Swezdog, Demonoid, Ziggy, and the Raj Mahal 2 decided to fight back, Hailey and Nikki was like, we got to give the place, our business, a name. And then they were like, okay, well, what do you want to call it? And then Nikki was like, well, let's just call it The Legend of Zelda. And they're like, are you sure? Like, we're gonna get a copyright claim, you know? And then Nikki's like, it's fine, just trust me, it's fine. And they're like, are you sure? And she's like, yeah, it's cool, man, it's all right, it's fine, don't worry about it. They're like, are you sure? And they're like, yeah, it's fine, it's cool, you know, whatever, you know what I mean, it's fine. And so they charge in the battle, and they have their own weapons. They have swords and shields. And so, you know, you have Ziggy and Demonoid and Raj fighting against Tesno Pesno, and Swezdog is just going solo fighting against Judith. Meanwhile, Hailey and Nikki decides to charge the boss of the competitions building, ? But then Cozy Haru decides to stop Nikki with an energy shield. And then ? Is like, this is exactly how I wanted things to turn out. And so ? Finally pulls out a laser gun and starts attacking them from at the top of the building. And so Roger's like, we need more power. And so Nikki's like, I got just the thing. And so Nikki decides to give them each these little orbs, and these little orbs give them energy shields, but the energy shields only last about 10 seconds. And so they all equip themselves with the energy shield. And Raj Mahal 2 and Demonoid and Ziggy, they fight Tesno Pesno, and they are able to subdue him. And then Swezdog is fighting against Judith and is able to subdue Judith. And so the rest of them charge Cozy Haru, and Nikki decides to do the final blow on ? And then Cozy Haru's like, I'm gonna use my final attack. And so Cozy Haru decides to get a bunch of like hot tea packets or tea packets, and then just launch them at them like a, you know, as if they're like in a machine gun. And then they're like, oh shoot, watch out. And so eventually they were able to dodge all of the moves, dodge all of the tea packets, and they were able to subdue Haru. And she's like, get off me. And then ? Descends from the building, from the top of the building. He's like, all right, you five against me. And so they all decide to fight ? But they don't stand a chance against him because he has his own energy shield. And then he powers up the energy shield and releases the energy from the shield, and it knocks all five of them down. ? Is like, there's no way you can beat me. And then he was like, wait a minute, I knocked all five of you down. Where? I don't see all five of you on the ground. And then he looks up in the air, and then he sees Ziggy doing a final sword slash and finally defeating ? And what this happens is it causes ? to disappear. And then Ziggy's like, I don't know what the heck is going on. I don't know why all of this escalated so much. And so now they finally beat the boss ? But then all of a sudden they see the customers are like, yeah, they're clapping like, yeah, all right, this is great. But then they don't go anywhere towards the building where Hailey and Nikki, Ziggy, Demonoid, Swezdog, and Raj Mahal 2 were working. They don't go towards the building, The Legend of Zelda. They don't go towards, their competition. They go towards a third building, and that third building is called Please Try Our Drinks. They're very delicious, and they're handmade. We have fresh squeezed lemonade. We have milk tea with boba and hot tea and a lot of other drinks. And that was the full title. And they had a full line of people that like extended all the way to the end of that walking path, that whole strip. And so Ziggy, Demonoid, Swezdog, Hailey, and Nikki, and Raj were like, so did we just do all this fighting for nothing? And then they're like, yeah. And then Judith, Tesno, Pesno, and Cozy Haru are like, so we just want to apologize. We got into a kind of a big mess here. We didn't realize it was gonna get this intense over like boba and tea and stuff. It's weird. Yeah, we just wanted to apologize. And so Nikki was like, you know what? That's fine. And so Judith, Tesno, Pesno, and Cozy Haru are added to the staff of the Legend of Zelda business. But they have new competition. And so they're like, all right, well, I guess maybe we should work on a marketing tactic. And so the now 8 people that work at this building, the Legend of Zelda, they decide, hey, we have free drinks if you get this one. And then they started noticing more customers coming in. And they're like, we honestly could have done this the entire time. Why did we go through all that trouble? And then Nikki was like, I don't know. I don't know. But hey, that's what store managers do. You know what I mean? That's what store managers do. And they're like, oh my God, get out of here. So that's the end of the story. And then the epilogue of the story is that third building that had that super long title for their business. There were 5 people that were kind of helping out. They were just being nice and helping out, right? And the owner of that building and the 5 people that were there prior to these new 5 people showing up, he said, hey, can I talk to you guys for a quick second? Over there in the corner. Yeah, over there, right over there where we have the Space Invaders. And yeah, I mean, Space Invaders, in my opinion, is better than Pac-Man. And then people were looking at him like, okay, hey, calm down. It's just my opinion. Don't get mad at me. And so he starts talking to the 5 individuals over there in the corner. And he's like, he has a key card that he's held out to them. And he says, go ahead and pass this key card around and give it back to me once you're all done. And then he eventually gets the key card back, but his fingerprint on the key card is gone. And all the other staff members that were there before these 5 members showed up, their fingerprints have been added, but the old staff members' fingerprints are gone. The new people's fingerprints are on the card now. And that key card is responsible for a lot of things: turning the lights on and off, opening the building up, locking it down, having access to resources. And so the owner was like, yeah, guys, so you guys are really cool helping me out and everything. I really appreciate it. But check this out. Like, I'm going to go ahead and dip. And then the 5 people that I was working with before, they're going to go ahead and dip as well. I think they ended up finding some opportunities as well. They said they were going to be, like Instagram influencers. And I like 100% wholeheartedly, support them in whatever it is they do. But the store is now yours. So we got a lot of customers here. So feel free to help them out however you can. And then the owner and the 5 old staff members leave. And now these 5 are in a predicament to where they have to keep the store alive. And so that's the epilogue of the story. Okay. Yeah, this one was a little bit shorter than the ones that I normally do. But there you go. There you go. Yeah, Cozy, I hope you enjoyed the the Improv Adventures Storytime thing here. Yeah, so this is the kind of stuff that we would do on Twitch, when we were streaming on there before. Just kind of came out of nowhere. So, yeah. I tried to make sure that I got everybody in here who was in the chat, and wanted to make sure that I was reading the chat and acknowledging some of the things you guys were talking about. So, but yeah, so in case you guys didn't, but you guys probably got it, but I wanted to make sure that the epilogue was, I guess it would be like if it was open to a sequel, but the idea is that it just repeated over and over, like this whole thing repeated over and over again, because that cycle's just gonna continue. that as long as there are 5 people who are nice enough to help a struggling business, you'll always have that owner who's gonna be like, I'm gonna go ahead and dip because you guys can do this better than we can. Yeah, I'm glad you could make it. Hey, Nikki, store manager. All right, cool. So we might do another one a little bit later on in stream, but I want to, get to some songs now. So, Rod, if you still want your live learn, let me know. But if you guys want to add some songs to the queue, by all means, we'll just play some songs for a little while, and then we'll do another improv thing afterwards. But yeah. Hey, Magic Smith, how you doing? All right, Q&A time. All right, let's do it, Ziggy. I'm ready. I am ready. No, you didn't. No. There were no drinks served. So, once you guys figured out who the true store manager was, and then you had Swezdog doing drive-through, you had the competition show up, and so you guys decided to just prioritize that instead of making drinks for the customers. Surprisingly, though, you guys still had customers waiting for their orders to be taken. because the way I explained it in the story was like, imagine you have like a line of people, right? But there are some people who leave, and so you would think that people would like move up a little bit to fill those empty spaces so that they can get closer to their order being taken, but they didn't move. Because they assumed these people were going to come back. So there were a whole bunch of like empty, if you were to kind of like get an overhead view of the line, there would be a bunch of like empty spaces of the people that left, but the people who were behind them didn't move up. So it was like all these empty spaces, and that was never really explained. It's just, I guess, people just being weird sometimes. The second story is about the person waiting to order. Yeah, it's like that all these people who never had their orders placed. They're like, so are you guys gonna take my order, or am I gonna have to? What's going on here? What is this? What are we doing here? Cool. All right. All right. The third person waiting in line is who opened the third store. Yeah. Oh, that person, right? That person is waiting in line is who opened the third store. It's funny because I had a good amount of ideas that I wanted to act on, but I also wanted this to be a little bit shorter than how the other ones have been compared to the other ones. And so I'm like, all right, why don't we just save that for another time? Maybe I can repurpose those ideas, maybe. Okay. Let's do this one. This is... All right, here we go. Where are the lyrics? Here we go. Okay. Sounds good, Ziggy.
What if I wanted to break, laugh it all off in your face? What would you do? What if I fell to the floor, couldn't take this anymore? What would you do? Come break me down, bury me, I am finished things seem to change. I know now this is who I really am inside. Finally found myself, fighting for a chance. I know now this is who I really am. Come break me down, bury me, I am finished with you, love, and my eyes. You're killing me, all I wanted was you. Come break me down, break me down, break me down. What if I wanted to break? What if I Nice, very nice. Break me down. All right, cool. Oh, let's do another one. Oh. And oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, okay, perfect. I was like, wait, what's the name of this song? I haven't played this one in a while. Running Away. This is a really good tune. Should I play it here? There we go. I don't want you to give it all up and leave your own life collecting dust. And I don't want you to feel sorry for me. You never gave us a chance to be. And I don't need you to be by my side to tell me that everything's alright. I just wanted you to tell me the truth. You know I do that for you. So why are you running away? Why are you running away? Hey, no worries, Nikki. I got you covered after this. 'Cause I did enough to show you that I was willing to give and sacrifice. And I was the one who was lifting you up when you thought your life had had enough. And when I get close, you turn away. There's nothing that I can do or say. So now I need you to tell me Is it me? Is it you? Nothing that I can do. Is it a waste of time? Is it me? Is it you? Nothing that I can do to make you change your mind. Oh, so why are you running away? 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 Very nice, yeah. All right, let's do some detuning here for this masterpiece of a song. Ugh. Here we go. Nikki, store manager. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. up high. When you free your eyes, eternal prize. Oh, oh,
Great request, Nikki. Great request. And we have Nikki Callie in the building and Sammy as well. Nice to see you both. Nice to see you both. Great request. Can't go wrong with some System of a Down. I like it. Nikki Callie, how you doing? Sammy? Claps times a million. Very nice. Ah, why is that so? Nikki, you were saying had to recover my eyes from modding Maddie. Finally, they've settled. Okay, okay. Yeah, you probably had your hands full. I can only imagine you had your hands full. All right, let us proceed with some more tunes. Let us proceed with some more tunes. I'll tune this back up real quick. Had to close my eyes for a bit. Good call, good call.
know. I got to tell you something. This phenomenon, I had to put it in a song, and it goes like, oh, amber is the color of your energy. Oh, the shades of gold display naturally. You ought to know what brings me here. Oh, you glide through my head blind to fear, and I know that. Oh, amber is the color of your energy. Oh, the shades of gold display naturally. Oh, amber is the color of your energy. Oh, the shades of gold display naturally. You live too far away. Your voice rings like a bell anyway. Don't give up your independence unless it feels so right. Nothing good comes easily. Sometimes you got to fight. Oh, amber is the color of your energy. Oh, the shades of gold display naturally. Launched 1,000 ships in my heart, so easy. Still it's fine from afar, and you know that. Oh, amber is the color of your energy. Oh, the shades of gold display naturally. Launched 1,000 ships in my heart, so easy. Still they're fine from afar, and you know that. Oh, amber is the color of your energy. Oh, the shades of gold display naturally. Launched 1,000 ships in my heart, so easy. Still they're fine from afar, and you know that. Oh, amber is the color of your energy. Oh, the shades of gold display naturally. Oh, amber is the color of your energy. Whoa, the shades of gold display naturally. Launched 1,000 ships in my heart, so easy. So easy. Still they're fine from afar, and you know that. Oh, brainstorm, take me away from the north. Oh, I've got to tell you something. Cool. Very nice. Hey, thanks, guys. I can't type. There we go.
Okay. How about this one? Hey, thank you. Thanks, Otto. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I was sitting, waiting, wishing if you believed in superstition, then maybe you see the signs. The Lord knows that this world is cruel, and I ain't the Lord, no, I'm just a fool. Learning loving somebody don't make them love you. Must I always be waiting, waiting on you?
Yep.
Must I always be playing, playing your fool? I sing you songs, I dance you dance, I gave your friends all a chance, but putting up with them wasn't worth never having you. Maybe you've been through this before, but it's my first time, so please ignore the next few lines, cause they're directed at you. I can't always be waiting, waiting on you. I can't always be playing, playing your fool. I keep playing your part, but it's not my scene. I want this blunt to twist. I've had enough mystery. You keep building it up, but then you're shooting me down. But I'm already down. Just wait a minute. Just sit and wait it. Just wait a minute. Just sit and wait it. Well, if I was in your position, I'd put down all my ammunition. I wonder why it's taken me so long. The Lord knows that I'm not you, and if I was, I wouldn't be so cruel. Just waiting on love ain't so easy to do. Must I always be waiting, waiting on you? Must I always be playing, playing your fool? No, I can't always be waiting, waiting on you. I can't always be playing, playing your fool, your fool. Cool, very nice, excellent, radical, dude. Tubular. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, maybe this one. Capo? Capo. Nikki, I don't know. I don't know why that just popped up, you know? Like maybe it was the way that I said nice, very nice. Radical. Killer, dude. It's here, I think.
at least for a little bit, until they're like, "Hey, you ever use a surfboard?" Like, nah, yes, I have. And Kelly Slater's Pro Surfer, the video game. They're like, "Oh man, not cool, dude. Not killer, bro. That was anything but tubular, dude. Let's bounce, guys." Where's that chord? Hey, we got West Coasters in here, and an East Coaster. Oh, I see. We got another song on the list. Okay, let me do this one real quick, and then we will hop to some tub thumping. Great song request, by the way. Swez Dog. Great request. Swez Dog, East Coast. Hey, I'm not alone. You are not alone. I am here with you, though you're far away. I am here to stay. Let's go, Swez Dog.
Slowly, I'm blending in so you won't even know me. Apart from this whole world that shares my fate. This one last bullet you mentioned is my one last shot of redemption. Cause I know to live you must give your life away. And I've been housing all this doubt and insecurity, and I've been locked inside that house. All the while you hold the key, and I've been dying to get out. And that might be the death of me. And even though there's no way of knowing where to go, I promise I'm going, because gotta get out of here. I'm stuck inside this rut that I fell into by mistake. Gotta get out of here. And I'm begging you, I'm begging you, I'm begging you to be my escape. I'm giving up, I'm doing this alone now, cause I failed and I'm going to show now. You told me the way, now I'm trying to get there. And this life since then I'm serving, I ain't mad that I'm ever be deserving. But the beauty of grace is that makes life not fair. Cause I've been housing all this doubt and insecurity, and I've been locked inside that house. All the while you hold the key, and I've been dying to get out. And that may be the death of me. And even though there's no way of knowing where to go, I promise I'm going, because I'm gonna get out of here. Cause I'm afraid that this complacency is something I can't shake. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. And I'm begging you, I'm begging you, I'm begging you to be my escape. I'm a hostage to my own humanity, self-detained and forced to live in this mess I've made. And all I'm asking is for you to do what you can with me, but I can't ask you to give what you already gave. Cause I've been housing all this doubt and insecurity, and I've been locked inside that house. All the while you hold the key, and I've been dying to get out. And that might be the death of me. And even though there's no way of knowing where to go, I promise I'm going, because I gotta get out of here. I'm stuck inside this rut that I fell into by mistake. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. And I'm begging you, I'm begging you, I'm begging you to be my escape.
that last part's a little bit tricky. Actually, there were a few lines in the verses that kind of threw me off a little bit because I'm like, oh shoot, I'm obviously not singing this part right. It's a bit fast. But yeah, it's a great song. Great song. Spreads Dog, you were saying surprised you don't have "You're Not Alone" on your list. Yeah, it's funny. It's kind of strange, actually. Like, there are songs that I've listened to for years that I don't have on my list. And then there are new songs that I'll end up hearing and I'll add them to the list. I guess it's just because I'm able to listen to a song and remember a good amount of it. And I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't add the song because then I'll be adding a bunch of songs that I can pick up pretty easily, and then it'll just be. I'm not entirely sure why that's my mindset, but I guess I feel like it might be overkill if I add all these songs that I can play, and I guess without any like. I guess it was just overkill, really. I'm thinking to myself, okay, it's going to be overkill if you add all these songs that you can listen to and figure out pretty easily. I'm not sure. It's a bit strange. But there are songs that I do want to add to the song list, and that's probably going to be one of them at some point. I think it might also be trying to find an arrangement that works well for just vocals and guitar. Something that won't sound like something that won't make it so intentional that there's instrumentation missing. It's an arrangement that fits vocals and guitar. So there's that as well. But I'm gonna be adding some more songs to the list over time, so that's probably gonna be one of them that I'll be adding in the near future. Okay, let us proceed. I've been having understand and insecurity up and locked inside us. All right, shall we begin, ladies and gentlemen? Knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. Pissing the night away. Pissing the night away. He drinks a whiskey drink. He drinks a vodka drink. He drinks a lager drink. He drinks a cider drink. He sings the songs that remind him of the good times. He sings the songs that remind him of the better times. Oh, tiny
knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. Dancing the night away. Dancing the night away. He drinks a whiskey drink, he drinks a vodka drink. He drinks a lager drink, he drinks a cider drink. He sings the songs that remind him of the good times. He sings the songs that remind him of the better times. Don't cry for me, next door neighbor. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. He drinks a whiskey drink, he drinks a vodka drink. He drinks a lager drink, he drinks a cider drink. He sings the songs that remind him of the good times. He sings the songs that remind him of the better times. Oh, Danny boy, Danny boy, Danny boy. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. ooga chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga ooga.
Eric, what's up, man? How you doing? I see breathing in here, so we got you covered right after this, man. Hope things have been going well for you.
Ooga chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga ooga. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me when you hold me in your arms so tight. You let me know everything's alright. I'm hooked on a feeling. I'm high on believing. Oh, 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 that you're in love with me. Lips as sweet as candy. Its taste is on my mind. Girl, you got me thirsty for another cup of wine. Got a bug from you, girl, but I don't need no cure. I'll just stay a victim if I can for sure. All the good love when we're all alone. Keep it up, girl. Yeah, you turn me on. I'm hooked on a feeling. I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. I'm hooked on a feeling. I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. Ooga chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga ooga.
Oh, yeah.
Ooga chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga
Guitar solo?
ooga chaka, ooga ooga
maybe
ooga
not.
chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga 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 chaka, ooga ooga. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me. All the good love when we're all alone. Keep it up, girl. Yeah, you turn me on. I'm hooked on a feeling. I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. I'm hooked on a feeling. I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. I'm hooked on a feeling. Oh, I'm high on believing that you're in love with me.
Very nice. Whoa, wait a minute. This is... Wait a minute. What is this? What is this? Bum. Swez dog, you need to pack your bags and get out of here. Linkin Park, wait a minute. Maybe. Because I started playing it and I'm like, wait a minute, this sounds familiar. I think there's... I'm trying to remember the melody. Wasn't it like a... Dang it. I can't even search on Google for what this could possibly be unless I'm like, what's the do, you know, what is do, and then Google will be like, did you mean this? I can't even, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. I don't have a point of reference. Dang it. All right. That's unfortunate. Because it's a good song too. Google will be like, did you mean to take that audio clip and search this? And I'll be like, yeah. Google will be like, nope, can't help you. Sorry about that, mate. And I'll be like, the Google? Hey, thanks, Nikki. Yeah, it sounds really familiar. Like it's on the tip of my tongue and I can't remember. That's it! Oh my goodness, Nikki, how did you find that so fast? How did you... Nikki, you must have like teleported into the mainframe and been like accessing information. I am one with the Matrix. I am Neo squared. Yeah, skills, Nikki. See, this is the reason why you were store manager from the Improv adventure. Nice one, Nikki. Nice.
sweat zone. I can see that. Nice, very cool. Okay. Hey, thanks, guys. And the 2 and the 3 and the 4. How far is heaven? 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 Save me from this prison. Lord, help me get away. 'Cause only you can save me now from this misery. And I've been lost in my own place, and I'm getting weary. How far is heaven? And I know that I need to change my ways of living. How far is heaven? Lord, can you tell me? And I've been locked up way too long in this crazy world, yeah. How far is heaven? And I just keep on praying, Lord, and just keep on living. How far is heaven? Lord, can you tell me? How far is heaven? 'Cause I just gotta know how far, yeah. How far is heaven? Oh, Lord, can you tell me? que estás en la torsión. Échame tu bendición. 'Cause I know there's a better place than this place I'm living. How far is heaven? So I just got to have some faith and just keep on giving. How far is heaven? Oh Lord, can you tell me? How far is heaven? 'Cause I just gotta know how far. Yeah. How far is heaven? Oh Lord, can you tell me? How far is heaven? I just gotta know how far. How far is heaven? I just wanna know how far. How far is heaven? How far is heaven? How far is heaven? How far is heaven? Vámonos! Killer, dude. Radical, man. That was cool, bruh. That was freaking sick, bruh. Excellent. Whoa, excellent, bruh. Shoot. Most excellent. Am I going to be saying those lines throughout the entire stream? Maybe. All right. Let's do an original. This one, I played a long time ago, and I made an impromptu music video for this one. Or maybe not impromptu. Maybe I should say, like, kind of just whatever type of music video. Yeah, so this one's called Until This Ends. And I haven't played it in a while. So let's see if I can remember all the words. Yeah, that was totally wicked. That was totally wicked. Yeah, that's better. It's been more than 2 weeks. The distance is killing me. It's stealing the air I breathe. They say the body tries to fight the danger inside, fueled by cruel biology. Things seem the same to me, and months pass with no degree. I should just go back to sleep. Let's go back and look at the words. But hear me before I go. It's something you need to know. It's the seeds that anyone can sow. I will be there when your skies turn dark, and I will be there when the world has lost its spark. Lend to me your ears and hold out your hands and dream of the embrace, 'cause I'll be there until this ends, until this ends. The phone rings, but please don't cry. We don't need to say goodbye. We just need one last try. So hear me before I go. It's something you need to know. It's the seeds that anyone can sow. I will be there when your skies turn dark, and I will be there when the world has lost its spark. Lend to me your ears and hold out your hands and dream of the embrace, 'cause I'll be there until this ends, until this ends, until this ends, ends. I will be there when your sky turns dark, and I will be there when the world has lost its spark. Lend to me your ears and hold out your hands and dream of the embrace, 'cause I'll be there until this ends, until this ends.
Good. Yeah, I wrote that one a while ago. I think it was around the time, like when the pandemic was really, you know, hitting people hard. There was a song contest that I entered, and I entered the song for charity. They had like other, incentives and whatnot, but I ultimately no. This was a song contest for something else, but the proceeds of how do they do it? They were saying something. They were saying something about that contest would end up going to charity, and so the main reason why I did it was so that ultimately it could push global giving out a little bit more. I mean, like, not like they needed my help to do it, but it was to let my people know that global giving was helping out, helping people out during that time, and the goal was to write a song for that whole situation. And that was at the time when you would have people that were like clapping for nurses while they were on their balconies and all that stuff. Obviously times have changed, but that feeling of connection never really went anywhere, or longing for that type of connection never really went anywhere. In fact, there are probably tons of conversations that we could have right now regarding if people still have that kind of connection or not, but it's probably for another time, I think. But this song was written to say, even though all this nonsense was happening, it was at the end of the day, you still got people who are going to be waiting to interact with you and communicate with you and be there for you when things get tough. So, yeah. It's a pretty good tune. Very inspirational. So yeah, Sammy, that's mine. This is my song. I made a YouTube video of it years ago, but I didn't really do much else with it. So it's on my YouTube somewhere. You'll have to scroll back through the catalog. Yeah, but yeah. Let's see. All right, check this out. Just gonna close up the queue real quick. Stream's not over, but we're gonna do some improv stuff. So I figured I just put my streamer's choice thing in there, and so I won't forget to remind myself that, hey, we're doing improv. Heyoooo. Okay, check this out. dark and stormy night. Heavy rain hits the thick glass windows. Rain rushing down. You have a messenger rushing down the hall, this giant hall, almost tripping on the carpet that he's running on. It's a giant red carpet, long red carpet, leading from the entrance of the castle all the way to the throne. And this is where the ruler sits. The messenger, almost tripping and falling, trying to deliver this message to the ruler of this castle. The messenger finally gets to the ruler of the castle and delivers the message. The message is this: there are people in the village who have found a way around our loopholes. People will try to get apples, oranges, potatoes for cheap when our prices were automatically set to be double of what they could afford. They figured out the loopholes. They've been doing business with other merchants besides the ones that we have installed in the village, and they've been saving themselves money, and we have been slowly losing our money. Granted, we have a bunch of money. We got like a slew, oodles of it. But we're starting to see some dips in how much money we're making. All because these people have figured out that, there are loopholes. And they've been able to get around them. We need your help, O ruler of this mighty castle, to set things back in motion and essentially get the people to end up paying a lot more for things that they normally wouldn't pay a whole lot for, so that we can still have our money coming in. And we'll be better off. As for them, I don't know. It's that's just how it's supposed to go, I guess. Anyway, we need your help, ruler of this castle. And so the messenger closes the parchment, puts it in a small wooden box, and then hands it to the ruler of the castle. Ruler of the castle decides, okay, we realize that the people of this village have been trying to save themselves money to take care of their family and friends. We can't really allow that. You know what I mean? It's not something that would be beneficial to me as the ruler, and then to everybody who often gets who parties here. It wouldn't look good if I were to talk to some of these other friends of mine and they were like, hey, did you hear about the village? You're the ruler of this village, but I'm surprised you didn't hear the news that you're not making as much money off of them as you used to. And I'm like, don't worry about that. I will. It's only a short period of time. It's not permanent. And they'll be like, okay, but I've heard other villages that have exploited their villagers a lot better than you have. And then I'll be like, okay, but this is only a one-time thing. It's not permanent. You know what I mean? So I'm going to go ahead and assign some people to the village to help restore order and get these people to follow orders. By restoring order, they follow orders, so I won't have to make any more. You know what I mean? The messenger's like, yeah. Yeah, I get it, bro. I get it. The ruler's like, did you call me bro? And the messenger's like, nah. You heard me say that? Nah, I didn't say that. And the ruler was like, okay, I was just wondering, because it's like, that's a little weird. You're kind of beneath me, but you're calling me bro. It's a little weird. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and assign some people to the village and deliver the message to the ruler of the other kingdom. Let the ruler know that things are going to be good over here and we can continue business as planned. And so the messenger leaves the castle, running from the foot of the throne all the way to the entrance/exit to the castle. The ruler, whose name is Nikki Callie, assigns a couple of people to the village to set things straight and get things back to where they were before. The ruler, Nikki Callie, assigns Sammy and assigns Swezdog Gaming, or just Swezdog, because they were trying to engrave his name onto like a silver nameplate, and they only had enough room for Swezdog. You know what I mean? So Swezdog, and then they also had Eric Butler, but they only had enough room on the silver nameplate for Eric B. And so he's like, all right, it's weird, but fine, whatever. It's no big deal. Fine, I don't care about that I can't put my full name on the name tag. And Eric B was often known to be kind of passive aggressive at times, and so Nikki Callie, the ruler, was like, all right, don't worry, we'll get it sorted out. We'll get it sorted out, okay? Just give me some time. So Eric B, Sammy, and Swezdog are going to be sent to the village to set things straight and get these villagers to understand that they can't find these loopholes. They need to stop trying to find ways to keep food in their stomachs, feed their families, and then prepare for the future. I don't think they understand the rule that Nikki Callie has over these people. And Eric B, Sammy, and Swezdog are going to show them exactly what they need to do. So in the village, it's a bustling village. You have kids that are playing. You have parents that are looking out for those kids that are playing. You have merchants trying to sell things to the parents who are watching their kids playing. You know, you have guards who are protecting the merchants, who are selling things to the parents, who are watching their kids playing. And then you have a few dogs show up here and there. And the village is a bustling place. There are a lot of people who like to visit from time to time. And the reason why they like to visit this village is because it's well known for its guards that protect the merchants that sell things to the parents that are watching their kids playing, and then also some dogs. People are like, oh yeah, that's cool stuff, man. I want to be a part of that, you know? A part of that whole cycle. You know what I mean? I want to be a part of it. And so they have a lot of different merchants that sell various things, from, you know, food to clothes to resources to build tools. You know, they've got it all. And a couple of years before things got a little crazy, there were 3 merchants who were selling food. One merchant was selling apples, one merchant was selling bananas, another merchant was selling mangoes. Those 3 merchants were Eric Butler, Sammy, and Swezdog, respectively. And they were doing so well in the village that the ruler of this village, Nikki Callie, came down from her castle and saw how well these merchants were doing and asked them, hey, I would love to have you guys sell to other merchants that do business with me personally. And they say to Nikki Callie, they say, oh my gosh, well, absolutely, for sure. That will definitely help us. That will definitely help us increase our business. And so Nikki Callie, the ruler, says, yeah, it'll be great, you know? We'll make sure that you get the best kind of treatment that my money can buy, you know? And so the 3 merchants are elevated from standard merchant status to regal status. And they start selling their apples, bananas, and mangoes to merchants that often sell stuff to Nikki Callie, the ruler of this kingdom. And you're probably wondering why I keep saying Nikki Callie, the ruler of this kingdom. It's because whenever Nikki Callie shows up in the village, she often has them say, thank you so much, Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom. And they're like, my lips are getting a little bit dry because I have to say so many words. But then they realize that Nikki is still there while they say that, so they have to pull back on that and not, you know, be a smart aleck and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So, but Nikki makes them say a whole bunch of words when it could honestly just be reduced to like, all hail ruler Nikki. You know, it's fewer words. But Nikki's like, nah, I'm good. Somebody that was a merchant said, that's kind of a mouthful, don't you think? Nikki was like, you over there, come here. And so he got closer to Nikki, and then Nikki was like, it's not a lot of words. All right, you can go. And he's like, all right, fine. Thanks, I guess. And so Swezdog, Sammy, and Eric B were selling food to people that were often associated with Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom. And things are going well for them. But then over time, they started noticing that Nikki Callie was kind of regulating their prices a lot, kind of like lowering the prices of what they're selling, but then also causing these merchants to give more to the people that were often friends and close family of Nikki. So they ended up having to give a lot more of their supply away and not get enough money to compensate for that. And when they asked Nikki about that, they were asking, oh, ruler Nikki Callie of the kingdom, Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom, we noticed that our supply has been like really going out, but we also haven't been getting enough money to compensate that much being given out. And we were wondering if we can kind of have that balance that we had before when we first started selling to other merchants that would or to your family and friends. We were wondering if we can kind of set that back. And then Nikki Callie kind of was looking away at the time, looking at a a stained window, one of the stained windows that was going to be installed in the castle. And then she turns around to them and faces them and says, "I don't know what you're talking about." And Sammy's like, "Actually, yeah, you do, because you kind of started doing that with us." And then Nikki was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." And then she walks away, but as she's walking away, she gives them a look. She glares at them for a second, kind of stops in her tracks, glares at them for a second, and then walks away. And her bodyguards end up taking the merchants back to their stations. And as they continue selling things to friends and family of Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom, they notice more and more that their supplies have to get replenished, and they don't end up getting enough money to have the same kind of supply they had before. So it's just like every time they have to re-up their supplies, they have less to work with. Despite this, Nikki Callie is always saying to them, "What happened to your supplies? I could have sworn you had a lot more to lean on to sell to people." And then Nikki just kind of walks away. And so Sammy and Eric B decide, you know what? I've had it with this. This is unfair. And then Eric B is like, "Hold on a second. Give me a second." And then he ends up getting like a stool that's about maybe like 75% the same height as Sammy, so that when Sammy does slam down, she's not slamming down on air. So he gets the stool, sets it beside Sammy, and says, "Okay, reenact that, please." And so Sammy's like, dang it, I can't take this anymore. We can't do this any longer." And so it has more weight. It carries more weight. There's a lot more of an effect now because she's actually hitting something, It's something physical, And then Sammy was like, "Thanks." Eric was like, "No problem. I got you covered." And so Sammy was like, "Okay, but seriously though, am I the only one who's done here? Am I the only one who's done here?" And Eric's like, "Yeah, I'm done. I'm done here too. I'm done." And then Swez Dog is like, Yeah, me too. It's a little weird. I mean, I want money so I can keep my business going, but it doesn't seem like we're getting a lot of that. And so they decide, you know what? Let's go and let's just stop selling stuff to Nikki and her friends and family. And then Swez Dog's like, "Okay, but I don't know how that's going to turn out. I mean, maybe we can have like a better plan or something." Sammy's like, no, we'll just stop. We'll just flat out stop selling things to her and to her family, and because we're literally giving stuff away. And so they stop. They just don't sell stuff to, Nikki's friends and family. They close down their shops, and they're just done. And then I guess it was maybe like a couple of days later. They were given rooms in the castle to, as a good gesture, by Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom. However, when Sammy wakes up the next morning, and then decides to head out after getting ready for the day, there's a bodyguard that's standing right outside the door. And the bodyguard says to Sammy, "Yeah, come with me." Sammy's like, "No." Bodyguard's like, "Wait, what?" Wait, you're not supposed to say no. You're supposed to say, "Okay, where are we going?" Maybe if that's too many words, then you'll say, "All right," but not no. Like, why? Okay, why? Why don't you want to go? And then Sammy's like, "Well, because I know where you're gonna take me." And then he's like, "No, you don't know that." And then Sammy ends up seeing Eric B and Swez Dog, kind of like subdued by two other bodyguards. And then Sammy asks, "Are you going to take me to the throne room so we can talk to Nikki?" Bodyguard's like, no, we're actually going to be taking you to the guillotine room. And Sammy's like, what? I'm sorry, what? Bodyguard's like, yeah, message from Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom. You're not following my orders. You're trying to go against my commands. And we just don't need you anymore. Sammy's like, wait, I need to get some coffee. Bodyguard's like, nope, no time, let's go. And so they end up going to the guillotine room. And then Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom, is waiting for them there. And she says, I was wondering when you guys would show up. Did you guys oversleep? But none of them were laughing, and she wasn't really expecting them to laugh. It was just, her kind of being a bit facetious. And so they are all in the room, and the guillotine, there are like guillotines that are prepared for each of them. And then they say, wait, hold on. We can sort this out. Nikki's like, well, you stopped selling stuff to me and to my family and friends. We don't need you anymore. And then Eric B was like, wait, we noticed that you were kind of running low on bodyguards. We could be bodyguards for you. And then Sammy's like, no, what are you doing? No, we're not selling out to them. And then Swez Dog's like, yeah. And then Eric B's like, guys, I got this. We can be bodyguards. And then Nikki was like, I wonder if you really mean that, though. And they're like, yeah. We mean it, right, guys? And then Sammy's like, fine. Okay, but only for like a day. And Nikki's like, okay, how about 3 years? And they're like, what? 3 years. Actually, I don't need you to be bodyguards for 3 years. But I do need you guys to help me with something. I need you guys to help me kind of manage things in the village, because people have started to find some of the loopholes that we have been setting up in regards to pricing and getting resources to people and delivering things to the village. We've kind of had this system where we kind of deprive people of things so that they want it more, and then when they say they really, really, really want it, then we bring it to them. But it's kind of like when we decide to give it to them. But they found loopholes to where they can kind of get it themselves. So we need to have order restored. And Sammy's like, so what are we the bad guys now? And then Eric B was like, can you do your English accent real quick, Sammy? Sammy's like, well, English? Oh yeah, I forgot I practiced that, huh? So Sammy was like, are we the baddies? Swez Dog's like, yeah, that was great. Because Swez Dog's always there for support. And so, Nikki was like, I wouldn't say you guys are bad guys. I'm not a bad person. Okay, there was one dude who didn't really like the fact that I didn't like his shirt. And so he made fun of my wardrobe, my whole wardrobe. People didn't see him the next day. And that was like 7 years ago. So he's gone. But I'm not a bad person. And they're like, that's kind of a bad thing. And she's like, okay, anyway, so you guys in? And they're like, all right, fine. We're in. So for the next 3 years, Eric B, Sammy, and Swez Dog were the ones to help maintain order in the village. And it ended up making things difficult for merchants to sell. It made it difficult for parents to feed their kids. It made it difficult for them to have money to take care of themselves. The village was it was in bad shape, but it was run by Nikki Callie's tyrannical rule. But there was order restored. And so if we cut back to the present day, it's the day when Sammy and Eric B and Swez Dog all get their name tags, and Eric B is complaining like, okay, well, why couldn't you just put the whole name Eric Butler on the name tag? And then they're like, we don't have enough space on the nameplate to do it. And he's like, all right, fine. Eric B's fine, I guess. And they're like, all right, man. Jeez, I didn't know you were so picky about this kind of stuff. And so Sammy, Eric B, and Swez Dog are like, all right, we going? And they're like, yeah. And so they start another job where they have to maintain order in the village. But this time things change. And it might be for the better of the 3 guards, I suppose. The 3 guards, Sammy, Eric B, and Swezdog. Maybe. Who knows? But things are going to be changing in the village. And these 3 bodyguards aren't going to be ready for the change. Nikki, see you later. Enjoy the dinner. All right. So, Eric B, Sammy, and Swezdog are following the orders of Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom, to maintain order and continue to reset the prices back to the inconvenient prices that were set that made it difficult for families to take care of their kids, for parents to take care of their kids, and for people to just go about their daily lives. Because at the end of the day, Nikki Callie wants all that money to invest in a lot of stuff, you know? One of the main things that Nikki wanted to invest in were a bunch of gold bars, and kind of like stack the gold bars and see how many she can stack before they tip over, and then she'll be like, all right, let's do it again. Oh, really? Well, welcome back, Sammy, which is great because this kind of connects to what's going on. You see, Sammy, Eric B, and Swezdog walk out of the castle, walk across the bridge to get to the village, and start to talk to the merchants. But then the merchants start giving them these glares. And then Sammy's like, stop looking at me like that, you weirdo. Eric B is talking to another merchant who's selling clothes. And then that merchant is glaring at him. Eric B is like, stop looking at me, you weirdo. Like, what's wrong with you? And then Swezdog is chatting with a merchant who's selling hammers and, nails and things of that nature. But that merchant is glaring at him, and Swezdog's like, you're a weirdo. Stop looking at me like that. And then Sammy, Eric B, and Swezdog all look at each other and give a thumbs up because they all said pretty much the same line. It was all scripted. They needed to do that. And so, but they didn't expect all these merchants to start glaring at them. It's almost as if something was going to happen. Also, there were parents who pushed their kids to the side, and then they started looking at the 3 bodyguards. And then they, all of a sudden, were given torches by their kids. The torches were just lit. And so they're like, no more of this, no more of this. This is unfair. We can't take care of our families. We can't take care of our loved ones. You need to tell Nikki Cali, ruler of the kingdom, that we can't do this any longer. And everybody's like, yeah, this is not right. And the merchants are like, we can't sell stuff to these people with the prices that are set here. You guys are idiots, by the way. And then people are like, yeah, you guys are idiots. And then the guards that are protecting the different ends of the village, the guards are like, you need to tell Sammy, Eric B, Swezdog, you need to tell those people to shut up because they're making too much noise. And then Sammy was like, but we're outside. And then the guards are like, yeah, true. But still, they're still kind of noisy. And Sammy's like, all right, whatever. Okay, fine. You guys need to lower your voice. And they're like, no, we're not gonna lower our voice. Our voices are just fine, right, guys? And everybody's like, yeah, our voices are just fine. And the merchants are like, we can't sell things to people with these prices. It's too expensive for them. Also, you guys are a bunch of morons. And everybody's like, yeah, you guys are morons. And so Swezdog, Sammy, and Eric B did not like getting disrespected like that. And they weren't going to take that sitting down. And so they started going up to the people and kind of shoving them a little bit to let them know who's in power, right? But then the people were like, oh man, why'd you push me, dude? And then Swezdog goes over to a merchant and just does like a clean sweep, knocking stuff off of the display area. And then he's like, oh, come on, man, I just set that up. And then Eric B went over to a merchant, and then he took a rock and he threw it at one of the signs they set up. And then it was a good throw. Because Eric B had done like some rock skipping when he was a kid. And so he applied that skill set to make it difficult for merchants to do their job. He's like, this is the best way to apply my skills, obviously. And so he took one of the rocks, and then he used his good throwing arm and knocked one of the signs off the merchant's display. And so and so now these people are angry. They're just so frustrated and infuriated. They don't know. They have no choice but to do what their minds were thinking. They had no choice, They literally had to just pull out their torches and their other weapons, and they started to charge at Sammy, Eric B, and Swezdog. And so now you have Swezdog, Sammy, and Eric B running around that main area where the merchants are selling things to people, and the people are chasing them down like, you suck, you're a moron, and you're lame too. Did you forget that you're also the worst kind of person? And then Sammy's like, I am not. But then, Eric B and Swezdog are like, stop talking and start running. And so they keep running over and over again, and they just keep chasing them around. It's like, you have Sammy, Eric B, and Swezdog running around in this circle, and the people are chasing them, but they're running around in a circle, and the people aren't trying to cut through to intercept their path. They just keep running around the same circle, and everybody gets tired eventually. But then they're like, okay, let's get a little bit more energy, and we'll start running again. And so they start chasing each other again. or like the people are chasing Sammy, Eric B, and Swezdog. But then one person decides to break away from the main group of angry citizens and then charges it, like cuts through their path to catch them off guard. And just as they're about to get hit by one of those people, somebody's like, Sammy, Eric B, Swezdog, duck! And then there's an arrow that's fired, but it has like a little adhesive piece on it, a thick adhesive piece, and then it ends up sticking to the guy's arm, and it ends up being a sedative, so it ends up like knocking him out. And so Swezdog, Sammy, and Eric B are able to get away with this person's help, and people are like, where did they go? And they're like, we gotta find them, and so they just start looking for them. And then when Swezdog, Sammy, and Eric B get outside of the village, they thank the person who rescued them. And this person calls himself Elijah, and he says that he was a messenger from another. He was he was the messenger from the ruler of the other kingdom who delivered the message to Nikki Callie, ruler of this kingdom. And he was going to deliver another message. It was going to be some like prank message or whatever, because they like to prank each other. The two rulers like to prank each other from time to time. But he ended up seeing this and decided to kind of prioritize this instead. And so Elijah was like, hey guys, are you okay? And then Swezdog was like, why are you talking like that? Elijah's like, I don't know, man, I don't know. It's weird. But I just want to see if you guys are all right. And they're like, yeah, we're good. We were just trying to do our job. And then Elijah was like, yeah, for sure. Of course you were. Although I will say, people are really mad at you. You must have been doing your job really well. And then they're like, what's that supposed to mean? And then Elijah's like, well, you've got the whole village chasing you down. And your job was to come here and tell these people to revert their prices back to more inconvenient prices. You're taking resources away from them. You're destroying their displays. You're essentially ruining their way of life. And I know that would bother me. And then Sammy's like, all right, well, you know what? Why don't you go ahead and shut up, man? Because you're a messenger. You're not even, you don't even have anything worth like bragging about. Like, who are you anyway? And then Elijah's like, excuse me, I deliver messages. That is my thing, dude. And I'm special, just like everybody else here in this village. And then Sammy's like, well, maybe if they were like us. I mean, we were once merchants, and then we were asked by Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom, to go from regular merchant status to regal merchants. We are essentially better than all these people. And then Elijah's like, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, we're all just trying to get by. And then Swezdog's like, all right, enough. Thanks for helping us out, but we got work to do. And then Elijah all of a sudden just kind of disappears. And they're like, how did he do that? How did he disappear? There was something that was left behind. It was like some type of magic card. They don't know what the heck that was, but they're thinking that maybe this person is a little bit more than a messenger. And so they're like, well, this person could be a threat to the kingdom. And so they sneak around an outside part. They go to an unknown path that sneaks outside the village, and they head back up to the kingdom to tell Nikki Callie what's going on. And then Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom, is like, so basically you guys pissed off the village. I didn't send you there for that, but maybe that'll help us get order restored somehow. Even though there's flat out chaos, I'm thinking that this might be a good thing. And then after they let Nikki know, she's like, all right, you're excused. And then why don't we go ahead and fix this situation tomorrow? And so as they leave, Sammy turns around and says to Nikki, are you sure we're doing the right thing? Trying to get people back to this tyrannical setup you have here. Are you sure that's the right thing we should be doing? And then Nikki ends up kind of like, well, how do I describe this properly? It's kind of like So Nikki was, as you can probably tell, a bit frustrated that Sammy was asking that question. Nikki was like, so basically you're questioning my authority. And then Swez Dog's like, no, we're not. No, we are not. Eric B's like, what the heck are you doing, Sammy? Come on, let's just get out of here. And Sammy's like, but it's just a question. I just have a question. Like, don't you think that it would be easier for them to cooperate with us if we just made it easier for them to do their jobs? And then Nikki was sitting down comfortably in her throne. But then all of a sudden, she just kind of just hopped out of out of the throne. Just kind of stood up so suddenly, and then slowly walked over to Sammy, looked at Sammy right in her face, dead in her eyes, and said, you know, Sammy, I saved you once from dying, from questioning my authority. I don't know if you're gonna get a second chance if you keep doing this. That kind of question, I usually don't get asked that question by somebody who's living and breathing. So there might be a way for you to take that back. You can undo what you said, and we can just go as planned. And then Eric B, Swez Dog, you guys, it applies to you too. Swez Dog's like, and Eric B was like, all right, but Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom, I think Sammy might have a good point. You know, they won't keep looking at us like it's the end of days. I don't like the way that they glared at me earlier today. That actually felt kind of bad. I actually felt weird, because it's like, why are you looking at me like that? What did I do to you? I'm just doing my job. And then Swez Dog's like, I'm also doing my job. Sammy's like, thank you, Swez Dog. Nikki then says, Eric B, I noticed that you wanted to have a full nameplate you wanted to have a nameplate with your full name on it. Am I right? Eric B's like, yeah. And Swez Dog, you wanted to go back as a merchant and sell more things and make more money, right? You wanted to make money. And Swez Dog was like, yeah. And then she glares back at Sammy and says, Sammy, you want to make sure that you're doing your job properly, right? And then Sammy's like, if the job involves hurting people, I don't really know anymore. Nikki's like, I understand. Eric B is also like, I don't know if I want the nameplate. It's not really that big of an issue when you compare it to like us attacking the people. And then Swez Dog's like, I mean, I like money. But I don't know, like you know what I mean? And then Nikki's like, yeah, I know what you mean. And so Nikki slowly walks back to her throne. As she's about to sit down, all of a sudden, there's an aura that emanates from her hand, and she spins around and releases that aura, that energy, and it ends up being the spell of gravity control. And so Sammy, Eric B, and Swez Dog are forced to the ground, being held by that magic spell. And then Nikki decides to walk back over, getting her steps in, if I might add. And then she says to Swez Dog, Sammy, and Eric B, I had a feeling you guys would go against me at some point. I had my doubts for 3 years, but at the same time, you guys were also doing what I asked you to do. But I don't know. I don't think I need you anymore. And they're like, no, don't say that. Don't say that. You still need us. We're not trying to die today. You need us, right? And then Nikki's like, nah, I don't need you. I really don't. I don't need you guys anymore. And I'm going to keep saying that. Because you guys couldn't do the thing I asked you to do. Maybe people getting mad at you is fine. Maybe people getting mad at me is fine. But at the end of the day, I need more gold bars to stack. I need more gold. I need more jewelry. I need more luxury. And if you guys don't even want to help me get that, then you're not dedicated to the cause. And if you're not dedicated to the cause, then I need you to die. Simple. And so, Nikki ends up channeling energy with her other hand. But it changes from a red aura to just a giant ball of fire. A giant ball of fire. And then Dog is like, you know, I have a feeling I should write a song about this. Or maybe if somebody wrote a song about this, I should probably learn it. It seems like it'd be a really good song to learn. And then Nikki was like, great ball of fire. And then Dog was like, great balls of fire. Like multiple ones. And then Nikki's like, ah, I see. And so Nikki does summon great balls of fire. And then Sammy and Eric B look over at Dog like, dude, what are you doing? And then Dog's like, it's not my fault. Is it? Is it my fault? And then they're like, yes, it is. Don't give her any ideas, dude. And Dog's like, my bad. I apologize. This did not work out the way I had it. I'd seen it in my head. And so Nikki is about to cast all of those fireballs towards the three of them while they're still under gravity control. But then, all of a sudden, there's a giant sound. The sound of shattered glass. And from the highest point of the castle comes this secret warrior. And this warrior, who is in this cloak, rescues the three bodyguards again. And this person reveals himself as Elijah. And then Nikki's like, dang it, Elijah! But then one of the other bodyguards, who's unnamed, comes over and gives Nikki a stool that's about maybe 75% of her overall height. And then she says, thank you. Bodyguard steps away, bows his head, and then she bangs on the stool and says, dang it, Elijah, dang it, what are you doing here? And then Elijah's like, just trying to make you lose your mind, make you get a bit angry. And then Nikki's like, I don't like being embarrassed. Elijah's like, I know. So have a good day. And so he and the three bodyguards disappear away using teleportation magic. And she's like, did nobody want to do anything? I pay you guys to protect me, and you guys haven't been doing any. What am I paying you guys for? What the heck am I paying you guys for? Bodyguards are like, honestly, we thought you had that under control. And she's like, Jesus Christ, this is pathetic. It's pathetic. I literally got my bodyguards from Temu. These are Temu guards. And so Nikki goes back to sit down at her throne, contemplating, wondering what she's going to do next. Then she decides, all right, well, if I can't have the villagers do what I want them to do, and I can't have these bodyguards do what I want them to do, not you guys are fine, but the traitors, if I can't have the traitors do what I want them to do, and I got to worry about that magician dude, maybe I'll just send one magic guy of my own. And so she snaps her fingers. And she snaps her fingers, and then out of the blue, her own personal magician shows up. This is the person that trained her to use some of the spells that she was using, gravity control and great balls of fire. The magician, who is the personalized magician for Nikki Callie, his name is Magic Smith. Bit on the nose. But at least you know he does magic. And so Nikki tells Magic Smith, I want you to find those 3 bodyguards, those 3 traitors, and I want you to end them. Also, if you happen to see your student Elijah, please let him know. He doesn't have to worry about going to another class. Class is over. Class is dismissed, you know? And the Magic Smith is like, I honestly like the way you delivered that line, but please don't ever do that again. Nikki's like, I'll let it slide that you were basically talking to me like that. I'll let it slide. And maybe I won't do it again. Maybe I'll just change it up a little bit, all right? But anyway, can you go do your job, please? Magic Smith is like, all right. Am I getting paid for this? She's like, no. He's like, all right, I'm gone. And he just teleports away. And so now, Nikki has an idea. Nikki Callie, ruler of the kingdom, has a plan. Take out the traitors. Get rid of the villagers that were trying to go against her rule. And restore order, restore balance, restore peace and prosperity in the village. So that she can continue to get her gold bars and jewelry and continue to live the luxurious life that she wants to live. But it's also going to require spilling some blood. And then when she thought about that, she was like really smiling, like with a menacing laugh. It's like it was a very menacing laugh. It was like really, really menacing. And it's something that she had been practicing. Like she would look in the mirror and be like, ha 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 ha. No. Ha ha. It's something that she would practice over and over again, looking in the mirror and kind of making sure that she got it down. So that if she ever had to laugh in front of other kings and queens or rulers of their kingdoms, she wouldn't get embarrassed. You know what I mean? It's not cool if you just end up doing a weird evil laugh and then all of a sudden you got rulers of other kingdoms laughing at you because they'll be able to tell you tried practicing in the mirror, and it's like, that's bad. So, anyway, now these traitors are on the run. / bodyguards. They're on the run. But they have Elijah who's helping them out. And so Elijah takes him back to his workshop because in order to make money on the side, he is a blacksmith. And they're like, how in the world is a blacksmith gonna be, like, how did you become a blacksmith when you're a magician? And he's like, well, I can't actually tell people that I can do magic because this isn't really something that people, like, can do normally. And they're like, okay. So if they found out, then, you know, then yeah, I can pretty much be killed if they find out. So I'm not trying to tell them. They're like, okay, I got you. And so Elijah then says, you know, I was wondering when you three would eventually come around. You guys didn't realize that what you're doing was wrong? And then Sammy was like, well, okay, I guess it's a bit bad. Eric B's like, yeah, it's bad. Swedzo's like, yep, it's bad. And so Elijah's like, I have a solution. By the way, Nikki's probably going to send a good amount of people after all of us. And so we should probably be ready. And so what he does is he gives each of them magic weapons. He gives Sammy a magic bow and arrow. He gives Eric B a magic sword and shield. And he gives Swezdog a mace. And then Swezdog's like, what am I supposed to do with this? And then Elijah's like, anything you want. Swezdog's like, I'm game. And there's one last thing that he gives them. He gives them robes, kind of like the one he's wearing. And so there's a blue, dark green, and crimson robe that he gives to the three, you know, ex-bodyguards. And now he's like, now you're going to be using these magic weapons to defend yourself. And then Sammy's like, cool, can I get good aim with this? And then Elijah's like, yeah, it'll help you aim better. And then she'll be like, wait, better? Well, how did you know that I was actually using a weapon like this in the first place? And then he's like, well, I've been spying on you guys for like 3 years. They're like, really? So what about the times when we were kind of like talking to ourselves in the mirror? And he's like, yeah, I saw you guys do that too. It's kind of weird, but you know, it's whatever, man. It's no big deal. Along the wall of the workshop, they were seeing names of people who had X's across their faces and names underneath the faces. And so Sammy took a quick look and saw that there were a good amount of names. There was one that said Ziggy. There was one that said Demonoid. There was one that said Hailey and Nikki. There was one that said the Raj Mahal 2. There was another one that said Tesno Pesno. And another one that said Judith. And then there was one that was put on the wall, like as we speak. There was one being put on the wall, and then Sammy was like, "Who the heck is this person?" And then Elijah's like, "A friend of mine who tried to fight against Nikki's rule and didn't really make it out. Yeah, her name's Cozy." And then Sammy's like, that's a cool name. It sucks that she had to go though. And he's like, yeah. She was just about to master her magic abilities too. She had the ability to summon a dragon. But it wasn't enough. Cozy's like, she would say, oh, here, I'm summoning my dragon, check it out. And I'm like, okay, but don't summon it here in the workshop. You're gonna destroy it. She's like, it'll be fine, it's whatever, you know? But it's like, but whatever, you know, it's fine. In fact, I think I ended up getting that line from her. Yeah, she was a good friend. But the three ex-bodyguards ended up seeing so many names on the wall of people who had passed away trying to fight against Nikki's rule and lost. And so Elijah was like, you know, I have a lot riding on this. I have a lot riding on you guys. You might have people who don't believe in you, but I'm going to be one of the first ones to say that I do. And then Eric B was like, are you sure like her power wasn't enough? I mean, she was able to summon a dragon. And then he's like, trust me, it wasn't enough. Like the dragon had fire powers, but like he couldn't really aim. And they're like, I see. Swez Dog's like, could you give him some magic stuff? And then Elijah was like, you don't have to keep raising your hand, Swez Dog. You don't have to keep raising your hand. And he's like, could magic have helped there? And then he was like, I suppose, but, you know, she didn't have the ability to do that. And then Swez Dog's like, dang it, man. Sammy's like, shoot, I hope this magic works. And Elijah's like, it'll work. I mean, I'm basically just following the rules that are in the book here. And then Sammy's like, wait, what? And then Elijah's like, yeah, based off of what they were saying in this book, the magic weapons should protect you from Nikki. And then Sammy's like, wait a minute, do you mean to tell me that you haven't even used these weapons? And then Swez Dog was in the corner of the workshop, kind of like in one of the main corners, like between the two windows. And he was like, I'll raise my hand as often as I want. And then Elijah's like, that's fair. But going back to Sammy's like, wait, you mean to tell me that you haven't used these weapons at all? You're literally reading out of a book, like on how to use it. You haven't done this yourself? And then he's like, okay, so I'm still a student. And then and then all of a sudden they hear, and then Swez Dog's like, I'll get it. Eric B's like, don't get the door. Swez Dog opens the door, and Magic Smith ends up having his hand filled with energy, and he ends up releasing a fireball that almost hits Elijah straight in his face. And the Swez Dog's like, well, shoot, I wish you guys had told me not to open the door. And then Eric B is like, oh, I swear, you little. And then Magic Smith rushes in. He rushes in, grabs Elijah by his neck, and then pulls him out of the workshop. And the three are like, well, we got to go follow him. Let's go. And so Sammy, Eric B, and Swez Dog are following right behind Magic Smith. Magic Smith takes Elijah and throws him on the ground. And he says, my student, my amazing student. I realize you're helping the enemy. Is this the path you want to take? And then Elijah's like, yes. And so Magic Smith starts firing all of these fireballs at him, and Magic Smith starts firing all these fireballs at him, and Elijah just has to keep dodging. Magic Smith is like, do you realize what I'm talking about here? You're working with the enemy. Elijah's like, I know. And then he's like, so you understand? And then Sammy's like, would you stop asking him the same question? He gets it already. And then Magic Smith glares at Sammy and says, don't worry. I'm coming back for you guys in a second. And then Swezzo's like, Sammy, what are you doing? You pissed him off. And then Eric B's like, dude, I told you not to open the door. Swezzo's like, shoot, I shouldn't have touched the door. That's my fault, guys. I'm sorry. That's on me, man. That's on me. And so Elijah counters with an energy shield, which is basically what Magic Smith taught him to do. So Elijah would end up wrapping his arms around like this, and a magic shield would form, and it would allow him to block the fireballs coming from Magic Smith. And so Magic Smith decides to take it up a notch, and he starts to use his magic to construct a dragon, a bunch of fire shaped like a dragon. And then Elijah's like, oh my god. And then Sam is like, oh my god. And then Swezdog's like, oh my god. And then they all look over to Eric B, and he's like, okay. Oh my god. And they're like, yeah. And so then they get back to the fight. And so Elijah's like, I need a plan. Hey, you three, you guys help me out. They're like, all right, fine. And so Sammy ends up pulling a bow from from behind her and then putting it like readying the bow, fires the arrow, and it hits Magic Smith. He's like, this is pathetic. But then he realizes that his skin is starting to crack, and it's like, oh no, this is a spell. This is a disintegration spell. And so as Sammy continues to fire arrows at Magic Smith, he has to dodge them because it's disintegrating his skin. And so he uses a recovery skill to fix his skin, to return it back to normal. But then all of a sudden, you hear a ah! And then you have Eric B falling from the sky because he was able to jump pretty high. And then Swezdog was like, how did you jump so high? And then Eric B was like, I saw some cool boots over in the corner in the workshop, so I just grabbed them and put them on. And then Swezdog's like, dude, isn't that stealing? And he's like, I'm gonna give them back. And then he ends up dropping the sword, like slamming the sword down onto Magic Smith, and the Magic Smith constructs an energy shield, but not like the one that Elijah made. This energy shield has the ability to absorb the impact of the sword and then change it into energy and fire it back at the enemy. And that's exactly what happened. So Eric B took a hit and he landed right into one of the merchant's shops, and this merchant was like, oh man, not my display. It took me forever to set this up. Eric B's like, sorry, I'll fix it. And he's like, dude, we're already not in good standing with you. Don't make promises you can't keep. And he's like, fair. Well, I'll try to do something at least. I'll try. And they're like, are you sure? And the Eric B's like, yes, I'm sure. I'm gonna help you. And they're like, all right, that's fine. But you gotta take care of that first over there, right? And he's like, yeah, excuse me. And then Elijah was like, I remember something about those boots. And then it flashes back to when Cozy was walking into the workshop. And then Elijah's like, hello. And Cozy's like, hello. And Elijah's like, hey, I got some cool boots from a merchant. He was kind of passing through. And she was like, what if those boots are cursed? Have you... Like, there's like a purple aura coming from them. You don't think those look cursed? He's like, no, they're fine. It's fine. What are you talking about? And she's like, dude, what are you doing? I don't know if you should be keeping those in your workshop like this. You know, just kind of exposed like that. What if there's some cursed magic? Magic items aren't always what they seem. Oh no. And then Elijah's like, yeah. Wait, why'd you say... Okay, whatever. Whatever. I'm not... Whatever. Yeah, these boots are fine, dude. They're fine. And then Cozy's like, alright. Okay. But just keep in mind, this is an RPG, so anything can happen. And then Elijah's like, what do you know about a Preston Garvey? And then Cozy just walks out. She's like, I'm done. I'm going home. And so the flashback is over, and Elijah's like, wait a minute. Eric B, give me those boots. And so Eric B takes the boots off and tosses them over to Elijah. And as Magic Smith is about to fire a giant fireball, Elijah holds the boots up. The fireballs hit the boots. It absorbs the fire, and then it sends it right back to Magic Smith. But it doesn't just send it back as a wave of fire. It sends it back as this kind of like... It looks like a thin strand, almost kind of like if you see electricity going through a tube, or maybe if you see like water going through like a PVC pipe or something, you know, it's pretty thin, or you know, it's kind of like that kind of movement. And so it's moving like that, flowing like that, and it ends up piercing Magic Smith in the stomach. And then Magic Smith's like, how did my student beat me? I'm the teacher. I'm supposed to win. I'm the teacher. I'm supposed to be smarter than you. And then Elijah's like, you might be a teacher. I might be your student, but you're dead. And then Magic Smith falls to the ground and is like, I guess I am. And then he just kind of disappears, leaving his robe behind. And so Elijah's like, I used up a lot of my magic energy. I don't know if I'm going to be able to join you guys fighting against Nikki. And so... Magic Smith was like, I'm dead. Lord have mercy on my soul, as he passed away. And so Elijah was like, I may not be able to join you guys, but I want you to take this stack of papers with me with you. Take the stack of papers with you, and then I also want you to take this. It's a mystical ruby, and it's what saved me. Although I wish it could have saved some of the other people that I knew, Cozy included. And then Swezdog was like, I still don't know why you couldn't use like any magic to help fine-tune Cozy's dragon power. And he's like, dude, I don't know. I made the best decision I could make at the time. You know what I mean? And then Swezdog's like, yeah, okay, sure, but like, if you really think about it. And Eric B's like, dude, are you trying to start trouble again? He's like, nah, man. I'm good. I'm cool. And Sammy's like, all right, time to go face Nikki and resolve this once and for all. And as they look towards the castle, they see nothing but giant purple dark flames surrounding them. Nikki is very, very angry. And very bent on destruction. Bit of a flashback. There were all these people that were sitting at this round table, and Elijah was sitting there as well. Swezdog, Sammy, and Eric B were also there. But this was long before they knew who Elijah was. And so there are all these people sitting at this round table. And then, there were two other people that joined. They were like, come on in and join the circle. So in this round table currently, there were Ziggy, Demonoid, Swezdog, Hailey and Nikki, the Raj Mahal 2, Judith, Tesno Pesno, Cozy, Sammy, Eric Butler, and Elijah. And the two people that showed up to join that entire group, Magic Smith and Nikki Callie. And they were like, man, this is such a cool gathering. And it turns out that they were all going to be merchants as the village started to become more habitable, because the area had already been acquired, and they were going to start building homes and making certain plots to plant vegetables and fruit and all that stuff. And there needed to be merchants to kind of get things rolling. And so all those people would be merchants to get things going. However, as the conversations continued, they started to disagree on a lot of stuff, with Nikki Callie often stepping in and saying, well, there shouldn't be that much balance. There has to be one person who has more than others so that you kind of know who's in charge. Because I'm in charge, right? And then they're like, wait, whoever said you were in charge? And Nikki's like, oh, my fault. I just thought you guys assumed that I was going to be the one because I'm the smartest one in the room. And they're like, whoa, hey, hold on, Nikki. Whoa, time out. What? I don't know if that's the reason why we all got together. Magic Smith was like, there are people who are probably there are people who have big aspirations that may or may not be met. And then Cozy was like, what's that mean? What the heck does that mean? And then Magic Smith is like, don't worry about it. It's whatever, It's whatever, Don't worry about it. And she's like, all right. And so after a lot of disagreements and a few insults being thrown at Nikki because, they didn't like her attitude. They thought that she was a bit too much. They all decided we'll each become merchants and we'll start selling to people who will come into the village, and it'll help us build up, a recognition and help us get food together and money and all that stuff. The only ones who didn't agree were Magic Smith and Nikki Callie. Um, while everybody else was in the building, Nikki, Callie, and Magic Smith stepped out. And Nikki was like, I don't like them. I don't like their plans. They need to go. Magic Smith was like, say no more. Nikki was like, well, what about your student? He's a student of mine, but he's not like one of my favorite ones. So if he ends up, dying, then it's not at the end of the world. And she's like, okay, good. And then Magic Smith was like, just a question for you, Nikki. She's like, yes. And he's like, do you have like family? She's like, well, I did, but I didn't realize I didn't like them anymore. And so they're gone now. And he's like, whoa, dang, you really mean business. You really hate a lot of people. And she's like, not a lot of people. But if you had to give me, like, if there were people in a room and there were like 10 people in there, including myself, 9 of those people would be dead. And then Magic Smith is like, but wait, that means the only person left would be you. And then Nikki's like, yeah. And then she walks away. And Magic Smith is like, all right, well, I guess I know where I'm going to be working. I know I'm going to have work for a long time. And so he sets the place on fire. And the only ones who make it out alive are Cozy and Elijah. And Cozy realizes that Magic Smith is behind this, and so she summons her dragon to try to take him out. Elijah's like, wait, hold on a second. How do you know it's him? And then she's like, I just know, man. I just know, dude. Like, I just know. And so Cozy goes over to Magic Smith and uses the dragon power to summon the dragon, actually. And it throws him off because he wasn't expecting it. And he's weakened by the attack. But then Nikki uses a forbidden spell that not even Magic Smith wanted to touch, because he verbatim, he said, I'm not touching that. And so she uses a forbidden spell, which allows her to summon giant, darkish looking violet colored flames, and it overpowers the dragon, and it also takes Cozy out as well. And she kind of looks over to Elijah before she is taken out, and Elijah's like, yeah, that's not good. And so he disappears, and Magic Smith is like, well, it looks like my student is gone. And Nikki's like, can you find him? Yes, but it's gonna take as much time as it is to get to the present day, because this flashback is actually like 4 years before the present day. So Magic Smith is like, it's gonna take about 4 years for me to find him. And Nikki's like, all right, that's fine. And so we get to the present day, and Swezdog, Sammy, and Eric B are heading up to the castle to stop Nikki Callie once and for all. Nikki's like, can I be any more rotten? Meanwhile, the Timu guards in her castle were like, I could have sworn that, you know what, actually, I think she got that evil laugh right this time. She got it right. That's not bad. It's not bad. the three ex-bodyguards, quasi-magicians, rush into the castle. And just like that, Nikki just starts throwing giant fireballs at them. And the Temu guards start attacking them, and they get out their swords and shields, and their mesh and their armor plating, and they start waving their swords up and then trying to slash them. And Sammy, Eric B, and Swezdog dodge, and they dodge, and they dodge. Sammy ends up pulling an arrow out, pulls back, aims, lets go, the arrow is released, and it hits one of the Temu guards. The same Temu guard who was like, oh wow, she finally perfected the evil laugh. Eric B kind of dodges and weaves, you know, because he picked up a fighting style around the time when he was also kind of like being spied on by Elijah. And one of the Temu guards was like, I could have sworn that you, Swezdog, and Sammy didn't make it out of the burning building 4 years ago. And then they're like, well, just joking, we did, haha. And so Eric B dodges and weaves, and then he ends up decking one of the guards right in the face, because that guard, like, he decided to take his helmet off for that one time, because it was like, all right, maybe it won't be too bad. He didn't realize he'd end up getting decked in the face, so he did. Swezdog was like, all right, I'm going in. And so he uses his mace, spins it as he's running, and he's using the momentum. As he jumps, he uses the momentum of the mace, and then as he spins it, he lets it go around here, boom. And then as it's flying, it hits one of the guards in the chest. Now, the mace has some pretty metal pointy parts on it, so it pierces him, and the guard is pretty much dead. And then Swezdog grabs the mace, and he's like, I'm the victor! And then Eric B's like, dude, we're not done yet. Excuse me? And Swezdog's like, come on, really? Did you just kill my victory moment? Eric B's like, yeah. And so they get rid of the Temu guards. And then Nikki's like, all right, well, before you decide to fight me, why don't you fight them? And she uses the teleportation spell that she grabbed from Magic Smith before he died, and she brings all the people from the village, or as many as possible, including the merchants. And Swezdog remembers the merchant that he was yelling at. Sammy remembers the merchant that she was yelling at, and Eric B remembers the merchant that the merchant with the damaged sign. He damaged it by throwing a rock at it. And Nikki was like, are you gonna fight me, or you're gonna have to fight all of them first? And then they're like, well, we can't do that. We can't fight them. Nikki's like, too bad. And then she opens up a spot in the floor, and they all fall through. And, yeah. They're all gone. And then Eric B's like, oh my god, you did not just do what I think you did. And then Nikki's like, I did do this. What are you gonna do about it? And so they start attacking her with their magic weapons, and then Nikki starts dodging. She dodges Eric's sword slash. She dodges the arrow being shot at her by Sammy. She dodges the mace, like the attack from the mace that Swezdog was trying to do. She's too good. And she ends up using another spell. She uses the gravity control spell to pull the weapons out of their hands and put them on the ground. And then she uses an air elemental spell and pushes them back, and they land on their backs. And then Swezdog's like, oh my gosh, no. And then Nikki's like, yes. And so they're like, we gotta figure something out. And then all of a sudden, earlier I mentioned that Nikki Callie, the ruler of the kingdom, and the ruler of another kingdom show up. I mean, they often prank each other. And so this ruler decided to show up, and he's like, Nikki, I haven't heard from you in a while. What happened? And then she sees that she's fighting these 3 ex-bodyguards. And then the ruler's like, wait a minute, you're fighting your own people? Nikki decides to just kill that ruler. and now the ruler's gone. And they're like, Nikki, have you no shame? And then she's like, can I be any more rotten? They're like, oh my god, she's too good at this. This is that laugh. She's too good at that laugh. It's crazy, dude. And so they're like, we gotta figure out something. We gotta figure out how we can stop her. And then Nikki's like, no time, no time. And so she uses the forbidden spell again and summons the giant violet-colored darkish flames and decides to wipe them out. But before this, Elijah shows up, and then he appears out of nowhere, jumps in front of the three, and he's like, the only reason why I'm going to take the hit is because, like I said earlier, I believe in you guys, and I know you guys are going to do great things. And then Sammy's like, wait, what are you doing? And then he ends up taking the hit, and Elijah is disintegrated. Prior to him showing up, he was saying to himself, I never should have let those people die. I never should have let Cozy die. Maybe if I stop Nikki, I'll have a chance to redeem myself. And then we cut back to the scene where he jumps in front of the fire blast, and he's disintegrated, knowing that he might be at peace. And then all of a sudden, the papers that Swezdog was holding onto fall out of his hand, and you see the faces of all the people that tried to fight against Nikki. You see Ziggy, Demonoid, Hylia and Nikki, the Raj Mahal 2, Judith, Tesno Pesno, Cozy, and you see Elijah's face as well. Now, but on the papers it was everybody except Elijah. And so Sammy, Eric B, and Swezdog, they realized that the only way that they could stop Nikki is if they beat her at her own game. And so they decide to grab the robe that Elijah was wearing. But what they don't know is that the robe that Elijah was wearing was also a forbidden robe. And so it has powers similar to Nikki's. And so Sammy ends up donning the robe, while Swezdog and Eric B, they decide to cover for her while she gets used to the power that's flowing through her veins. And so when Nikki decides to use the forbidden spell again, Eric B and Swezdog kind of get over there and try to hold her down, but they're slowly being burned alive. And so Sammy charges through, flying over there like a bullet, and then the energy from the robe changes her into this bright orb, and it pierces Nikki right through the stomach. And she's like, I could have sworn that this also happened to Magic Smith too. Like, there's like a piercing through the stomach ordeal. I don't know why that's a thing here. But Nikki was defeated. But before she was defeated, she had one last thing to say. She said, this is my kingdom, and I don't know how I was defeated in my own kingdom. I had the perfect idea, the perfect ideal world for these villagers. How in the world could they not understand the good that I'm doing for them? If they only knew the good things I was doing for them, then maybe they'd be a lot more grateful. But no, I had to force this stuff upon them. I had to make sure that this order, this rule was tyrannical in order for us to reach peace and prosperity. Don't they understand that this is the right tactic? I did this for them. And then Sammy was like, that's the thing, Nikki. That's not what they want. You didn't communicate with them. You didn't ask them what would work best for their livelihoods. And Nikki was like, that doesn't matter. I know better than they do. I've always been smarter. You remember the time when we were at the thing 4 years ago? And then Swezdog was like, what's the thing? And Nikki was like, we were at the place with the giant round table. And then he's like, yeah, okay. Well, then why didn't you just say that? And then Eric B is like, you're only saying that because we defeated Nikki. You wouldn't be saying that if she didn't, like, if she wasn't on the verge of dying. Swezdog is like, oh, are you calling me weak? And then Eric B is like, maybe I am. You want to go? And then Sammy's like, will you two shut up for a minute so we can finish this? And then Swezdog's like, my fault. Sorry, my bad. And then Eric B is like, all right. But I wish he didn't say that, though. And then Sammy's like, dude, just chill, man. And so Nikki's like, so what's going to happen to my kingdom? Are you guys going to rule it? What's going to happen? And then they'll be like, maybe. Nikki's like, no, you're not supposed to say maybe. You're supposed to say, we'll figure it out somehow. I don't want you guys ruling my kingdom. And then Sammy's like, that's too bad. That's too bad, man. Yeah, you're gone, man. I don't think you really have much say. Nikki's like, fair. That's fair. And then Nikki's body slowly starts to dissipate away. And then Nikki's like, as she's dissipating, like as it gets up to her neck and her face starts to dissipate, she still laughs pretty evilly. Almost as if she has a game plan, even after she's dead. And so she disappears. She's gone. They defeated her. Turns out that the people that were like fell into the ground, they weren't dead. They just kind of fell into this this pool of like dirty water, and they're like, this is not ideal. I mean, I'm glad we survived, but this isn't ideal. And so days later, the village is restored, and Sammy, Eric B, and Swez Dog, they kind of restored the village to where it was before Nikki decided to take it over 4 years ago. And they're like, so what's going to happen now? And then Sammy's like, I guess we'll figure it out. And Eric B was like, Nikki wanted you to say that in front of her. And then Sammy's like, I know, but I like the fact that I didn't say it in front of her. I like being petty in some cases, not all the time, but some cases. Then there was a messenger that showed up from the kingdom, from the ruler that was killed by Nikki, the other ruler. And the messenger is like, can you guys help us fix our kingdom too? And then there was another messenger that showed up and said, hey, can you help us fix our kingdom? There were all these kingdoms that were asking for Swez Dog, Sammy, and Eric B's help. And so they're like, all right, I guess we'll help out. And the people of the village finally believed in them. And Swez Dog, Sammy, and Eric B finally were able to be, were in good faith. They were looked at as heroes in the eyes of the people. They were able to redeem themselves. And they look at all of the faces of the ones that couldn't beat Nikki, and they're like, I guess we did it for them then. And so they're like, they start talking to the messengers, and they're like, okay, guess we should figure out how to help them. Let's see what we can do. And that's the end of the story. Nikki, see you later. Cozy, take care. You guys be well. Okay. Good. I'm gonna make YouTube chapters, timestamps out of this stuff. So if you guys ever want to go back and, watch this again, by all means. But it'll be a little bit easier to find the parts where we start talking about the improv stuff. Yeah. So shout out to Sammy, shout out to Swez Dog, and shout out to Eric B. You guys saved the world. Yeah. It's a great story. Thanks, Sammy. Thank you. Hi, Nikki. Thanks a lot. Okay. Yeah, that was really cool. I really like doing these things. Especially if I get a chance to look at the chat and incorporate stuff you guys are talking about. It's fun because I don't know, it's just really cool to see how it ends up influencing the story. So, but yeah, as always, I'm glad you guys were able to come by and hang out tonight. And yeah, RIP to everybody who didn't make it in this story. Ziggy and Demonoid and Highly Nikki. Unfortunately, you didn't make it. You were destroyed by Nikki's evil tyrannical reign 4 years before the current day. So sorry about that. But Elijah, you got a chance to redeem yourself and fight for Cozy and Highly Nikki and Tesno Pesno and everybody else who didn't make it. So shout out to you. Cool. Yeah, so Majesty was like, just kidding, I'm alive. Yeah. Surprised I stayed alive. I'm known to run my mouth a bit much. Yeah, but Swez Dog, at the end of the day, you had your mace in hand and you were ready for battle. things were able to, things got done because of you. Nikki taken out by Nikki. The duo could only last for so long, right? Hailey, Nikki, Callie could only last for so long. Hey, yeah, Sammy, I'm glad you guys enjoyed this. I'm glad you guys. These are always really fun to do. So, thank you very much for being a part of this. I appreciate it. So we're gonna do a live stream this upcoming Sunday, and I forget what it is. I think it might be a specialty stream. If not, then we'll just play some music and just kind of have a good time. Oh, it's gonna be video game music. So we're gonna play video game music on Wednesday, and I'm gonna be adding some more songs to the song list, more video game tunes to the song list, and hopefully we can come up with some pretty good arrangements for the tunes, because I'd like to be able to play them without having to need a lot of instrumentation. So yeah, we're gonna do some video game music, and then we'll also do some other song requests as well. If you guys have live learns you wanna throw in there, by all means, and if you guys want to pull some other songs out of the song list, you can, but the main thing is going to be VGM stuff. So yeah, there will be Halo as well. There'll be Halo there as well. So I'm looking forward to that. My mace has secretly a microphone. Yeah. Well, it definitely did some damage, You must have like a Shure SM58, something that can take a hit and still get the job done. All right, guys, let's see. Let me see. What we got here? Okay. I thought we'd be able to maybe join another stream, but anyway, I'll see you guys on Sunday. Again, I really appreciate you guys coming by to hang out tonight. Thanks for being part of the stories. And if I don't get a chance to see you on stream on Sunday, then I'll probably see you on Discord throughout the week. So there's that. Guys, you all take care. And stay hydrated. Get all the rest you need. And treat yourself if you can. Yeah. See you all soon. Good night.